Eric got it. Eric got first. I don't know, guys. I have got no kids here today. I have no idea why that dropped. I hate my internet. You know, it was really funny when Trump, I don't know, for those of you who listened to the Trump speech when he was up there and he said, like, he said, don't boycott AT&T. I'm not going to say that or whatever. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Boycott AT&T. Boycott AT&T until they finally give me a good connection. Tell them volume's decent. It's decent, future will. It's not great, but it's decent. It could be better. It could be better. How's that? But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Boycott AT&T, man, because they suck. AT&T, if you're watching, you suck. You really do suck. Uh, you take a lot of my money, you take a lot of our money, and you don't give us crap for service. Just saying. It pisses me off. Stupid AT&T. We have two choices where I live, Brian, and I don't think Suddenlink's the other one. We have something else. Maybe it is Suddenlink. No, it is Suddenlink. We have AT&T and Suddenlink, I think, and the problem with Suddenlink in this neighborhood is that people say you have great speed, but sometimes you have random outages, and you don't know how long it's going to last for. And if there's one thing I can say about AT&T is that I never have outages. Of course, you go like, yeah, but your stream just died. Well, it wasn't an outage, believe it or not. It was more a bandwidth issue. I just have really, really crappy bandwidth issues, but no dropouts. And so if I had to decide between dropouts and no dropouts, I go with no dropouts. But then I get low bandwidth, and lo and behold, I never expected to be a streamer. You know, this is not something that I would have typically just done on my own. So Kevin, order book, what means the price or the ask site it is so high? So what you're looking at is you're looking at the bid side and the ask side. The ask side is what people are asking to get for their shares that they're selling. People, institutions, it's more institutions than anybody. And then on the bid side, that's what people are wanting to pay for shares. So next up, TikTok's Casey bust bust those dance moves. All right, back to what I was saying, guys. Before I was rudely interrupted by my stupid internet service. Um, Chris McLean is asking, what's the simple moving average for the day today? I'm assuming I don't actually. Do I have that one? Well, I guess I could just. I'm just gonna pull it up on the daily because I think you're winning on the daily, and that would be. I believe that's 22.39. Let me just make sure. Yeah, simple moving average. Just want to make sure that I have the simple moving average of 22.39 on the daily interval. And now Webull decides to crap out on me. Let me take you guys to the stats page while I figure out what the heck is going on here. Why am I having so many issues? Let me take you guys over to Tradingview while I'm doing that because I wanted to finish off where somebody had asked, what's the difference between um, AMC holders versus GME? And this is not trying to be a comparison like, us versus them kind of thing is just simply taking a look at data. Simply taking a look at data, what do we have as a visual representation of AMC holders versus GME holders? So I went ahead and I did the nice histogram OBV indicator. Now I'm going to do the same thing for GME, and I'm going to try and get this histogram to match up as well. Give me a second here. Our price. Hmm, that seems to fit very nicely. Maybe a slight increase. All right. That doesn't work, does it? One second. All right, write that down. I'm gonna have to zoom in on a specific portion of it. Okay. Okay, so part of the problem that we have here, and what you'll see is that I got OBV lining up very nicely here in the beginning portion of this, where price and volume, on balance volume, kind of correspond very nicely until you have a overinflation of price, which I would, due to the squeeze in January right here. And you see the correction. You actually see the price moving back down. Can I just drag this down? No, it moves the whole thing. There's a way to do this. No. Hmm. Oh, I think this is it right here. There we go. So what you have is you have an inflationary period of time here where price moved well above the balance, the volume balance here. But then it returns back down, and then you have a deflation. But you see a correction in price, bring it back up, and then you see a couple spikes down. It touches down a couple times on the OBV upper level of support. But look at the level. This is the point that was trying to be driven home by the amount of holding going on in GME versus AMC. Look how flat this line is across. Very, very flat. Doesn't matter what seems to happen to price. Nobody's doing anything other than just straight up holding. But let me tell you something. It doesn't look like they're hugely buying the dips either. Based off this data right here, I would tell you that they're probably not really buying the dips either. Because if price starts rising like it did right here, I don't see a huge bump in volume. So it looks to me like there's just people holding, irregardless. One way or the other, just a bunch of holding. So volume's not really increasing, it's not really decreasing in contrast to price. And so what you see is you see a correction of price finally driving back down, and now you have a devalued price compared to where the volume is currently holding. So this is the point to where you could start to see a correction for price. Price could start heading back upwards because now you have volume that's holding much larger than where it should be, right? Like nobody sold off when price was moving down. So this is an unnatural movement of, it's actually a correction in price. So that's the difference. If you wanted to see a difference between AMC and GME, because AMC does not have a flat line across. Nope. There's people buying and selling this thing. But overall, I mean, if you were to draw a straight line across as an average, or we could try it even better. We could try it from where we're at currently in volume. Oh boy. Apparently I can't draw a straight line going to the left. That was kind of an upwards line, but you can see it's just slightly higher. I mean, it's moving us slightly up, but you can see a lot of the volume though. There's a lot more buying than there is selling going on. And the price rises are being bought, right? You have a price rise here. You have a price rise here. You have a small little buy right there. You have a buy right here where price is going up here. You buy here, buy there. Yeah. So, but they're also selling. There's actually selling going on as price is moving down as well. So there is a level of support that's being maintained, but buying and selling going on above that level, above and below that, or above that level, I should say. So there's definitely, I mean, and that's going to happen, guys. There's going to be day traders. There's going to be day traders, except for in GME, apparently. Not in GME, just in AMC. Volatility being sucked way down. Volume is being sucked down as well. But most of these minutes are over 100,000, which is good. Jeff is saying, hey, late to the game today. What do you think the low will be today? I don't know what the low will be today. I can't really tell you that, but my prediction for price is that I think we'll close maybe like it could just be a few cents higher than what we closed at yesterday, but I'm expecting a green day overall. Peter asked, does GME have more potential than AMC? And hmm, that's a tough question. So that's a very tricky question. I don't want to start us versus them battles. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to talk about AMC, um, and I'm not going to step into that landmine. I think what you're asking me is a very specific question about like whether or not I think you should choose one over the other. And I think that there's good data for both. There's arguments to be made for both, um, but I'm probably not going to jump on that grenade. I'm just not. I'm not going to jump on that grenade. I think, yeah, there's so many different ways you could argue this, right? I mean, there's so many different ways you could argue this. You could argue from both sides. You really could. You really could argue it from both sides. And I'm not gonna. I started out being a GME holder. I really did. So um, why? I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna step on this landmine. What are you doing here, Lou? Lou, how's it going? Hey Casey, late to. Oh, you already. I said that one. GME has more potential. Uh-oh, Joe versus Wall Street. Lou versus Wall Street is at it again. Dan, how's it going? Good to see you. I think that so Peter, if you're going to ask me the question is like who has more squeeze potential than the other, I think they both have really strong. GME still has a squeeze. GME still has a squeeze potential. It absolutely 100% does. Anybody who tells you otherwise is lying. The problem is that, you know, if I go back to that, if I go back to this chart right here and I show you this, come on, and I show you this time frame right here, it's hard to see without me zooming in on it. Right here, there was some selling going on, but not in the amounts that we saw price fall by. So not everybody held their positions here. And then people bought more. They bought back into it, and you can see it through the volume starting around February, a month later, a month after it had already decreased in price. And to me, the way the volume looks on this, it looks to me like they have added some of their positions back. You can definitely see that too. Um, but in terms of being in an infancy stage versus a late stage of a squeeze play, I feel like they're building back to a later stage. So it kind of had like a reset. After January of last year, it had a little bit of a reset and it's kind of building back up. It's building momentum to have a better squeeze opportunity. But so anybody who tries to tell you that there's no squeeze possibility left in GME, I think is lying. So they just don't understand the dynamics behind it. You're welcome, John. I try to give it like I see it. I wouldn't want anybody to lie to me, so I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm not going to answer questions like that one that Peter gave though, because let me tell you, I honestly and 100% Peter, the truth to your question is that there's different aspects of each of those two stocks that you could argue a point in favor of. 100%. You could stand on either side of that argument and make very good key arguments as to why one may be better than the other. And I don't see it's difficult for me to say where do you draw the line? One has less float and the other has more float. Uh, does that make a squeeze potential easier? Absolutely, 100% it does. Does one have a higher potential ability of hitting higher prices because it has a larger float? Absolutely, it does. Where, go sit down on a whiteboard, write out like, pros and cons, right? Why is it good to be in this one? Why is it bad to be in this one? Whatever, start writing them all out and see how many you come up with and see what you think is a better play. In my particular opinion, you know where I stand. You know where I am. I made that choice back in January. I made it last year, not this January. So it is what it is. It is what it is, and I'm going to stay where I'm at. Absolutely right, John. That's right. If you believe in the data that you're getting, right? If you come up with a play and you believe in the data that you're seeing and the results that you think are a possibility, buy and hold. That's it. That's all you got to do. Doesn't matter which one's more or the other. As long as your data supports the idea that you're going to have a return of something that you're looking for, there's your conviction. I'm going back up the list here. Explain this MF. Open tab. I'm opening this up. It says I need Google access to access your drive. If I request access, you get my information. What kind of trick is this, JP? Hayden, I do think you're special. We're all special. We have about 15 more minutes left before I do the next technical analysis, guys. Um, if we finish 1 penny higher than we did at close yesterday, I will be happy. That's all I'm looking for. Oh yeah, I forgot about this news, guys. I actually saw a post by somebody. I forget where I saw it, but this says strong MDI screen systems signs exclusive screen supply agreement with AMC theaters. Um, a wholly owned subsidiary of, I can't say that word, Ballantine Strong Incorporated, and a leader in manufacturing of state-of-the-art cinema screens, announced it has signed an exclusive cinema screen supply agreement with the largest theatrical exhibitor in the United States and the world, AMC Theaters, for its U.S.-based theaters. Mark Roberson, Chief Executive Officer of Ballantine Strong, commented, AMC is a true industry leader focused on the consumer and providing a premium cinema experience. And we're pleased to have been selected to meet all of their projection screen needs. We are proud to build our legacy as the industry leader, helping AMC bring customers the best theatrical viewing experience. Let's see what they're doing here. AMC is the largest movie. Okay, so just kind of a bunch of fluff here. One of the most important factors in movie-going experience is the actual screen itself, said Mark Latimer, Vice President, Sight and Sound AMC. With strong MIDI screens, we are providing our audience with the very best-in-class screen presenting technology. Okay, well, I guess if we want to know more about what it is their screens can actually do, I guess we would have to look into it. Anybody? Anybody want to look into that and come back and report? I'm not feeling like it right now. I sit here all day. I don't feel like it. No, let's look at it. Let's take a look and see. Um, let's pull that article back up again. That was not the article I wanted. There it is. Hmm. So I'm looking at their screens, guys. I went to their website. Strong Strong MDI is the Strong MDI Screens is the name of the website .com. Or sorry, it's strongmdi.com. And I went to their case studies, and some of the stuff that I'm seeing in here is that they've got a lot of um, 3D optical coding for Ninjago theme park ride screens. There's a lot of like 4D interactive theme park type screens. There's a lot of different screens that they're kind of incorporating, including circular matte white screens um, and curved screens. So we could be looking at like potentially maybe revolutionary type screens that encompass like larger viewing area instead of just a flat screen. Maybe as a potential possibility. Maybe the movie industry is going to start filming in I don't know, 10,000 by 10,000 by 1020. I don't know. I have no idea. JP is the reason why Casey got 2 FA on his broker account. No kidding, right? What's up, fellas? Late to the stream. Danny, good morning. ¿Cómo estás, Bobby? I know you said it to JP, and I'm saying it to you. ¿Cómo estás? I learned it. I learned it. I worked with some. I worked with some. Um, where was I working at? I'm trying to think of the name of the place. Oh, Mape. Mape was the name of the place, and I worked with a Hispanic group of guys there, and they taught me this saying. I don't know. I don't know if it's slang. I think it's slang. And so growing up learning Spanish, I always knew "Cómo estás?" Um, you could say like "así así" or "muy bien." You know, whatever you could, any of the standard things that you would respond with. But the one thing that I heard them all say all the time was, somebody would come up and they'd be like, "¿Cómo estás?" And then another guy would go, "Dos que tres." I'm like, "Dos que tres." I'm like, "What the?" I'm like, "Huh? Two what? Three?" I'm going like, that doesn't make any sense. What the hell does that mean? So I had to ask him. I'm like, guys, I keep hearing you say dos que tres when you say ¿Cómo estás? Why are you saying two what three? Like that makes no sense. And they said, oh well, it's like saying you're not really two, but you're not really three. You're just kind of in between. You're just kind of so. I'm like, oh, so it's like saying así así, but it's more like slang saying dos que tres. And they said, yeah, absolutely. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. So that's I like that one. I think that's a cool little on the screen. I'm using. Didn't I already answer that? I'm using Webull on the screen right now. So yeah, no problem. I like in using Webull is like using an Apple iPhone. It's really simple and easy, but it doesn't have a whole lot of features. Versus like TradingView is more like having a an Android phone where you have a lot of features and functions that you can dive into, and it's more extensive. So it's 9:53, guys. I'm gonna draw this in here. I feel like we have a little bit of a wedge kind of going on here. We got a wedgie for the hedgie. Yeah, that's really supporting. And that was one heck of a candle right there. Okay, so that's what it looks. So we have an ascending wedge with it looks like volume might be slowly increasing. It's been a really long time since these boxes have been successful. It used to be that we used to trade and find our way out of these boxes like all the time, but lately it hasn't been very successful. You may, I mean, I could find out, Biscard, I could, a Biscard? I'm not sure. I do have some Duncan viewers, some Duncan viewers. I do have some people who live in Denmark who watch this channel on a regular basis. One of my moderators is from Denmark, and he's not here right now that I don't think, but he could probably help you with what might help you out the most, as far as what you could look at and what might work out best for you. Unfortunately, he's just not here right now. 5 more minutes, guys, and we'll do a technical analysis. Yeah, I don't see anything on that strong MDI screens page that makes me like go like, "Oh my gosh, this is crazy." Some Wall Street Journal articles coming out saying AMC in advanced talks to refinance debt as meme stock luster fades. It's not fading. Yeah, there's a bunch of articles out right now about AMC being in talks to refinance their our debt. Foreshadowing what? What do you think it's foreshadowing? I mean, just because you refinance debt doesn't necessarily. I mean, well, first off, let's make no mistake here. If they're going to raise interest rates, then obviously it's going to be really hard to get loans in the future at good rates. Very, very hard. So if you if you want your best rates, now's the time to do it because those rates are going to start going up here really, really soon. So foreshadowing of anything, I would say it's foreshadowing of the very inevitable increase in rates coming. So 100%, yes, foreshadowing that. Oh, that's what they're trying to foreshadow in that article. Yeah, yeah. Psh, dumb. I didn't get enough sleep last night, guys. Don't hate me. 2 weeks. JP, 2 weeks for sure. It's always 2 weeks. I want to see if I can. Here we go. I'm gonna waste 30 minutes of your, or 30 minutes. I'm gonna waste 30 seconds of your life. Let's see here. For those of you who don't understand the reference, when we say 2 weeks, when people ask if when it's gonna MOASS,
How long do you think all that'll take? 2 weeks. Really? Yeah, that's all.
Any idea when you're going to be finished here?
2 weeks.
How long will it take to put this place together?
2 weeks. I do get the permits. How long will the job take? 2 weeks. 2 weeks? 2 weeks? You sound like a parakeet there. 2 weeks? 2 weeks? Well, 2 weeks. It's amazing.
Amazing nothing. It'll be a regular miracle.
there it is. That's the joke. 2 weeks. For those of you not seen it and you've lived through remodeling of a home, go watch Money Pit. It's pretty funny. All right, we had a breakout a little bit earlier. It looks like it was about 2 minutes earlier than my box here. It is going down. I just want to check and see what this trend channel looks like on this. If the trend channel is pointing at the upside of the wedge, then it makes sense. It should be. Okay, yeah, that makes sense why it's going down. Okay. I typically feel like whenever you draw a trend channel, whichever side the trend channel points to on your wedge is the opposite side of where it's going to break out to. That's right. 2 weeks, Money Pit. But man, did you see the house, guys, at the end of that movie? Dang. Dang, dang, dang. It was so beautiful. All right, it's 10:01, guys. Time to take a look at all of our numbers here. All right, first things first, let's take a look at that off exchange. It's not going to be very high due to the fact that SSR is tripped for the day-to-day. The day-to-day, it is 43.27 on the off exchange, and the CBOE EDGX was 11.41. It is now 46.18 on the off exchange, and CBOE EDGX is at 13.05. Those ETFs are still really, really high. Updating Vortex. An hour ago, shoot, I didn't write down the numbers an hour ago. An hour ago, I have no idea what it was, but there is currently showing 1.39 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day. That's going to bring your estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.16. Updating the options. Highest amount of volume, currently at a $20 strike price for the calls. That is up $3 from where it was earlier. Apparently, retail not learning their lesson. It's gone from 3.6 thousand contracts at 17 to 8.1 at 20. On the put side of things, at a $14 strike price, an hour ago there was 3.8 thousand contracts. There's now 8.3. So there is now a $6 spread, or a signaling for a closing price of 17 for the day to day, currently based off of what the options are trading at. Taking a look at the orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME not in the top 10. AMC, I believe, was 14th earlier. Looks like slipping maybe a little bit further. Wait, no, they're 13th. We moved to 13th. 67% buys to 33% sales. Not bad. GME, I think, was in 18th, and they moved up a spot as well. They are in 17th now with 78% buys to 22% sales. Good numbers. Shares borrowed in the last hour. We got some. So we got 300,000 there. 350,000 shares borrowed in the last hour. $7.5 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day. $7,000 contracts are in the money on the calls. 49.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. SSR triggers at 14.98 today, and it is on today due to the triggering of it yesterday. The NASDAQ is down. Oh, sorry, I forgot to refresh. The NASDAQ is down 2.3, Dow Jones down 1.15, and the S&P 500 is down 1.81. The market is declining. It's on fire with 5,807 decliners and 1,671 advancers. It's actually doing a little bit better than it was an hour ago, but not much. The VIX is down up 9.4. IWM is down 2.44. Tesla up. Man, I always say the opposite. Is down 0.8. Amazon is down 2.79. Cinemark is up 0.65. Doge up 1.8. Bitcoin down 0.13. GameStop is Jimmy's down 0.72, and Amy is down 0.388. Refreshing to see what our inflow versus outflow is. There's currently a 5 million spread between the two. It's actually closer to 4 million, but whatever. 19.55 million shares having been traded so far. Let's go ahead and figure out what kind of pace we're on here. We got 97 minutes. We are currently on a pace to hit 78.6 million shares traded for the day-to-day. They have absolutely decimated volume. At least it seems that way compared to we were on 100 million pace earlier. I do have a prediction for 40 to 60 million shares traded for the day-to-day. I'd say we're right on target for making that, unless something unusual happens later on in the day and volume absolutely spikes. It looks like it's on target. On the daily interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 20.05. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure, which just crossed over in the last hour with RSI at 42.82. On a 30-minute interval, we have more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure, which looks like it's trying to cross over with an RSI of 45.53. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.13. And more than likely, what's going to end up happening here is that I'm just going to end up having to extend this out to here, and same thing, more of the same. We're just going to see wedge after wedge breakouts. It's consolidation, mainly just consolidation, trying to get this price to stick. Matt Kors is a hedge fund. What? Oh, no shit. AMC Bigham's exposed him, huh? Well, I never just take anybody's word for it. I always like to verify everything myself. So I'll have to take a look at that a little bit later. I'll tell you what though, guys. If there's one thing, if there's one thing that I would say about our community is that don't ever take anybody's word for it, ever. Um, Verify stuff yourself. But if something is found out, it doesn't mean that that means that everything that they said about AMC is untrue. It just means that that person, I mean, if you've already verified the information that that person's been giving you and it's verified as true, then that just means that that person made a mistake. They made a mistake and they're doing something they shouldn't be doing, or I don't know, whatever it is. I'm trying to be very broad because there's so many things that could happen inside the community. But just keep that in mind. The what's the word I'm looking for? The individuals of this play do not make up the whole. So don't judge AMC on some individual's actions. Okay? This play is separate. It's completely separate from anybody else that's on here. Me, doesn't matter who it is. Whoever it is, Trey, I don't care who you want to name. Lou, it does not matter who the person is. This play is separate and unique of its own. It has its own properties, its own uh, dynamics, and it has nothing to do with us as individuals. You cannot make that connection. There is no connection between us and the stock play. None. So I don't care what anybody else is or is not. I only look at the data. It's sad. It's sad, honestly, that the community, I don't know, has such torn feelings. This didn't happen, but I'm just going to use an example. What if one day something comes out and somebody says Casey assaulted a police officer when he was drunk and he was put in jail for it? What if somebody said that? Is that going to change your opinion about everything that I said? I have nothing like that. I have no jail record whatsoever. I've never even seen it. Well, that's not true. I have seen the inside of a jail, but that's just because I had my mom showed it to me. But that's neither here nor there. Um, but the point I'm trying to make to you guys is that everybody's got something in their past. Everybody has something that could be dug up about them. It doesn't matter who it is. There's just nobody clean. There just really isn't anybody clean. There's nobody clean. And Mary said's laughing. I have a feeling she's laughing at the fact that I said that my mom showed me the inside of a jail. It's not even far from the truth. My mom used to take food to kids that got out of juvenile hall. There used to be a I don't know what they call it, maybe like a halfway house for kids who got out of juvenile hall. They went to the halfway house, and so she used to make food for them. And the guy that ran the place would frequent juvenile hall, and so she asked him to take me to juvenile hall, just to kind of show me what it was like to be there. Just because I think she wanted to put the fear of God into me or something. I have no idea why she would do that. But anyways, this guy took me to juvenile hall to show me what it was like to be in juvie hall. And, and I went back to my mom and I was like, I want to go to jail. Because they were all sitting there playing board games and having a good time and yucking it up. And, I thought it looked like a good time. I was like, man, I want to go. so, so it didn't really work. It didn't really work the way that it was supposed to. But I still, to this day, I don't want to go to jail though. So I guess maybe it worked. I don't know. It's crazy. Remtax says I give you a high five. I'm just, everybody's got a past, guys. Everybody's got a past. I would probably disclose to you what my past is and what possible things would show up if somebody decided to dig into my past. Um, except for I just don't want to. I don't want to get into it, and it's just kind of like if somebody's gonna bring it up, fine, I'll talk about it. But until it's found out, I'm not gonna talk about it. It's nothing terrible. It really isn't anything. It's just life, normal stuff. Um, but if enough digging is done, somebody's gonna find something like that, and then what? And then what? Right? Are you gonna judge the person, or are you gonna judge the content? And that's really what it comes down to. Because the content that's being provided is really what you're after. You're not here for me. You're here for the content. I know you're here for the content. And I'm not trying to tell you uh, that you have to believe in me or something like that. Oh, you got to listen to what I'm doing, or this is no way or the highway. I'm telling you guys, this is your money and it's your choice. This is not my choice, not my money. I'm just here providing you information. So, who cares what my history is? Mary says, I knew I saw you on Bravo. I hear they have good health care. Yeah, I don't ever want to go to jail. I don't think I'd last. I'm too nice of a guy to last in jail. it's it's the last place I want to end up. I've actually stopped people from going to jail though. I've been in a couple situations. The one that really stands out in my mind the most was I was at a bar with a Samoan, and when Samoans get drinking, guys, they're passionate people, very, very passionate people. And I'm not saying there aren't other people who aren't passionate, but they're very passionate people. And he wanted to absolutely just kill somebody in that bar. And so I drug him outside. I have no idea how. Somehow I managed to get him outside. I think there might have been a group of us. And once we got him outside, I got him to walk. And he was walking, and I was just staying behind him, just kind of keeping an eye on him. And he's walking down the street, and he turns a corner, and I turn down the same corner that he's walking down, and suddenly a police car. He had crossed a couple of streets, like jaywalked a couple of streets, and a police car came rushing around the corner. And the police officer got out of the car and started walking from behind us towards us. And I heard him go, "Hey!" He like calls out, says "Hey," and I'm like, "Oh shit, this is not gonna go down good," because I could just tell. I don't even remember what the guy's name was. I don't remember his name. Anyways, I looked around, I turned around, and I looked at the cop. And right after my friend turned around a corner, he turned the corner, and I looked at the cop, and I just said, not now. And I didn't say it like I just kind of lifted because he was still too far away for me to be able to like shout it out. But I wanted him to like know like now's not a good time. Let's not get into this. And then I just turned and I kept walking and I turned the corner and I prayed. I was like, please don't come around the corner and come and get us. Please do not. This is gonna be ugly. And the cop never came after us. I have no idea. I never looked back again. I was just waiting for him to come and grab me or something, but he he just took off. So that could have been a very, very scary incident, though. No, I've never assaulted a police officer. Actually, oh man, I've got stories, guys. I got stories, but I never got. It's really kind of weird. Like I've had so many instances in my life where I should have been in big trouble, should have been in huge amounts of trouble by the police, and every single time I've somehow managed to skate away with nothing at all, not even a ticket, and I have no idea how that's possible. Complete luck, complete luck. That's all I gotta say. Complete luck. Um, I did some stupid stuff in my lifetime. Some stupid stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, maybe some of you been there. Have you guys ever been to Lake Havasu? Smuggled drugs from Mexico. No, never done that one. Never done that one. I actually wasn't really too involved that much in drugs in my lifetime. More alcohol than anything. I kind of avoided the rest of the stuff. I don't know. I'm kind of one of those people where like I like being in control. I had maybe like one instance where I was kind of out of control with just alcohol, and I didn't like the state that I was in. I didn't like it. I didn't like not being in control. And control issues, yeah, a little bit, a little bit. I have some control issues, so I don't like not being in control. So like drugs that make me do things that I can't control, I don't like. I don't like that kind of stuff. Nope, never arrested for a DUI. I should have been. I should have been. Never arrested for DUI. I wish. I wish I would have been arrested for DUI. I think I would have learned a lesson. But I've had enough lessons that I've learned on my own driving while intoxicated that I don't do that anymore. I don't. I highly tell people like, don't do that. Bad, bad juju. No drinking and driving. Period. Like I said, I have no police record. Like zilch, nada, nothing. Oh no, wait. I did get a trespassing warning once. I did get a trespassing warning once. But I don't think that counts for anything. I think those just kind of like I think they just stay on a record, and I don't even think that they get. I think they get entered into a system, but they're just warnings. And I've had only one, yes, one trespassing warning, only once. That's all it took. That's all it took. I have one other ticket. I had a ticket, a speeding ticket. No, do I have two or one? I have one speeding ticket in my lifetime when I was 18 years old, and I have one parking ticket. Yeah. Yeesh. That sounds scary. Getting stopped by the police while drinking and driving. And I mean, are you from are you from Russia? Because if you're not and you're just visiting, that's insane. You got it, Joe. You finally got it. That's the right one. I will live with that. I'll just take that one and just say that's it. Only one speeding ticket when I was 18 years old. That was it. And uh, who said that? Mary said. Mary said the the other part to that is that I've had a pretty dang fast car. So to have only had one speeding ticket in my entire life and it wasn't in the fastest car that I've ever owned, I think is kind of amazing. Um, I'll tell you what, I treated the fastest car I've ever owned like a baby. I really did. I didn't drive it because I wanted to go fast. I drove it because I thought it just looked good. I just liked how it looked. Didn't need to go fast. Just didn't. In fact, I only went, I only broke 100 miles an hour one time. One time, and that was it. One time. Fred, no farm animals. No farm animals. Oh man, guys. I have stories. I have stories. We had me and my friends when we were younger, we used to have a TP gang and we used to TP houses. And it's a really long story and I got to go to break here. So I'm just going to summarize it with is that one of the nights that we went TPing, we ended up the night sitting on a curb with all sitting on a curb with the police. And the funniest part was we're all sitting on the curb. They were going through my friend's truck and found a loaded BB gun, which they made a huge deal about. Like, I mean, a loaded BB gun in the back of his truck, like that. It was for them, it was a big thing. And so, anyways, they funniest thing ever happened. And this is if you guys go back in time and you watch oh God, what was it? Wayne's World. If you go back and you watch Wayne's World, there's that scene where I think it was Wayne's World where they had to do a cavity search, a body cavity search, and the police officer puts on the glove, kind of thing. So we're sitting there lined up on the curb, and the police officer walks over to the back of his trunk, opens up the trunk, puts on one of those latex gloves, and he snaps the glove onto his hand, and he starts walking directly towards my buddy that's sitting next to me. And my buddy goes, sir, what are you gonna do with that?" And he walks straight up to my buddy, and right as he gets right up toe to toe with him, he turns and heads towards his vehicle. It was, looking back on it, I knew that cop was just trying to get us to shit our pants, but it was funny. It was really, really funny, and nothing ever came of that. Nothing, nothing ended up coming out of that. No tickets, no arrests, no nothing. But yeah, I'm telling you guys, I've done some bad things and skated away with it in my lifetime, and probably should have had more instances where I was in trouble before, but nothing. Fred, jokes. Nice one, Fred. All right, guys, I'm gonna head to break here. I'll come back at 11 o'clock and we'll take a look at see how things go. I'm just going to go ahead and draw a rectangle here for just absolutely no reason whatsoever. Just see if it breaks out during that period of time. I'm not expecting a whole lot of movement today, guys. It's kind of a storytelling type day, you know. Just chill, relax, watch the price move. I'm expecting just a lot of volatility. That's about it. So I will see you guys in a half hour. We'll be back. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's start with the off exchange here on the left-hand side. 46.18 is what it was an hour ago, and CDOE EDGX, man, I just really slurred those words, is 13.05 an hour ago. Let's go ahead and refresh that. Off exchange now reporting 47.24 and increasing, and CDOE EDGX is at 13.15. I'm actually surprised how high those are. Those actually seem like somewhat high numbers considering the fact that SSR is on for the day-to-day. Guys, I'm a little bit late coming back because I had to get some coffee. I was like, I'm not going to make it. I wanted to sleep on my break, but I was just like, I can't. Refreshing Ortex. Shares borrowed. An hour ago it was 1.39. It is down to 1.12. That's going to slightly lower the estimated current short share interest of the free float from 20, I think it was like 20.13 or something like that, down to 20.11. And updating those options. Heaviest amount of volume for the call side strike price is currently at, ooh, back down to 17. So we started at 17 this morning, we went up to 20, now we're back down to 17 again. It's just barely eking out by just a tad bit, but at 20 an hour ago it was 8.1. At 17 again now it's at 9.5. So the market's having a very difficult time trying to decide between 17 and 20. On the put side of things, however, though, they're still sticking with $14. No indecisiveness there, and they went from 8.3 thousand contracts to 9,000 contracts in the last hour, giving us an average closing price of somewhere around $15.50 is what's signaling for. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME not in the top 10. AMC in 13th with 64% buys to 36% sales, so it's kind of slipping a little bit. Still not to a danger level. I kind of view 60-40 as being the danger level. Getting close though. GME in 16th with 79% buys to 21% sales. Shares borrowed in the last hour looks like another 100,000. Total amount of shares borrowed for the day-to-day 7.6. 7.6 million shares. Pretty high. 4,000 contracts are in the money on the calls. 44.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. Out of the money calls are increasing steadily. Oh, man. SSR. SSR is tripped for today due to it tripping yesterday. If it's going to trip again for tomorrow, it would have to exceed 14 or go down to 1498. The Nasdaq is down 2.75. The Dow Jones is down 1.09, and the S&P 500 is down 1.94. The market is declining over advancing with 5,807 decliners to 1,671 advancers. The VIX. The VIX is up 10.7. IWM is down 2.52. Tesla is down 2.1. Amazon is down 3.6. Cinemark is down 0.19. Doge is up 3.3. It's just up 3. Bitcoin is up 1.15. GME is down 3.49, and AMC is down 4.94. Refreshing our inflow versus outflow, we currently have a 7-point spread with $7 more million incoming. Taking a look at our total volume. Holy Toledo. Holy smokes. That just really, like, I feel like the rug got ripped out of the volume. Okay, well, let's take a look at it. Um, we are on pace for 60 million shares traded for the day today. That is definitely a rug pull. Um, my prediction for the day today is between 40 and 60 million. Broke out of this wedge earlier than I would have anticipated. I wouldn't really call this a breakout though. I mean, this is just not really a breakout. Like I had said earlier, I'm just going to continue to expand this wedge out. We're just going through a period of consolidation right now, is what's happening. I'm going to draw the box much further up this time. Hmm, I'll leave it right there. Taking a look at our daily interval. On this daily interval, first off, I'm just gonna throw this out, this mention out here. We have a descending wedge that I have drawn out from September, August, September-ish, down to now to current, and we have fallen outside of that wedge, going down. Could it be a false breakout? That's the question. Will we get a level of support here and find our way back into the wedge or not? Um, on the daily interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 19.67. On the hourly interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure. No, take that back. There's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.95. On a 30-minute interval, I'm going to go with equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with RSI of 41.39. And a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure. Actually, really what it looks like is there's just pretty much even keel selling pressure and just no buying pressure. Holy cow, are you really going to drop out on me now? It's crazy. This thing's already wanting to drop out. What the hell? Okay. Do what you gotta do, I guess. Starting to wonder if I should be drawing something a little bit more like this. To get rid of that highly volatile minute that was in there. Let's stick with this and see what happens. Alrighty. A couple days ago, you were bragging about not needing any sleep. No, I said that if I get too much sleep, I'm really dragging ass. Like anything more than 6 hours of sleep is too much sleep. If I don't get my at least 6 hours of sleep, it's like it's like if I actually maybe I was bragging. I don't know. I actually am working off of a deficit of sleep almost always. Almost always, I can assure you that I'm probably working off a deficit of sleep. Um, it is what it is. Um, I function. I'm a functioning. What do they call them? Narcoleptic? Is that what they're called? I feel like I just used a word that doesn't mean what it means, what I think it means. Nope, that's not it. I don't know what it is. Whatever it's called when you can't go to sleep. I forget what it's called. Narcoleptic is somebody who actually passes out and they can't help it. That's not what I have. I'm not sure what the opposite of that is. Whatever the opposite of, of narcolepsy is what I have. 1368, CM saying 1368 will be the next level of support. Oh, Insomniac, of course. I don't know why I couldn't think of that. Yes, thank you guys. Insomnia. Um, I worked 22 years. I'm trying to think how many of those years were on night shift. I worked 22 years from 1998 until this last year. 22, 23, 24. That's 24 years. But there was a year off that had a year off. It's 22 years. We're just going to say I was in the industry for 22 years. Of those years, I probably worked night shift exclusively like 19 of those 22 years. And when I say working night shift, I'm talking about I worked 12-hour shifts from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. for that many years of my life, 19 years of my life. And I'm telling you guys, I've tried everything. I've tried melatonin, I've tried lavender, I've tried silk sheets, I've tried um, what are the other one? Flannel sheets. I've tried white noise, I've tried gray noise, I've tried cool temperatures, I've tried blackout windows. You name it, it does not matter what it is. I just don't sleep. There's nothing I can do. I've tried everything. I've tried fans. I've done it all. I've done it all. And surprisingly, there are two things out of that list of all the things that I've said to you. There's a combination of things that actually do help me to sleep. One of them being blackout windows, cooler temperatures, and white noise do tend to help. But more than anything, this is gonna surprise the crap out of you guys. And my mom actually, when I was younger, due to the fact that I have ADD, when I was younger, the doctor told her, he said, if you want him to do well or to pay attention or to focus, give him some coffee. You know what puts me to sleep? Coffee. Coffee puts me to sleep. If I drink a cup of coffee, I can go lay down in bed and pass out like a baby because it just puts my mind just is firing everywhere. And the minute I have a cup of caffeine, a cup of Joe, hot cup of Joe, it all goes away. It just all magically kind of goes away and the focus is there. And I can just go to sleep. It's kind of weird. I'm weird like that. But oddly enough, if it's wake time, it also works for me during wake time too. Calms me down. I've never had Death Wish coffee. That sounds dangerous. What is this? I feel like I need to look this up. I don't know if I want to look this up. I feel like it's going to make me want to try it. I'm looking it up. Death Wish coffee. This will be the end of me. World's strongest coffee. What's it equivalent to? Let's see. You know what I've always wanted to do? I've heard of like sleep deprivation. Like there's artists out there, musicians. I think not that they're the ones that I've heard of doing it are any people that I want to follow in life, but um, there's some different people out there who've done sleep deprivation. Like they purposely deprive themselves of sleep for like 48, 72 hours or something like that. I think like 3 days straight. And I guess it's like some kind of like natural high or something like I don't know. I've always kind of wanted to try it just to see what happened. I think the most I've ever done is 24. No, that's not true. I did close to 48 once. I did close to 48 once, and that was rough. Um, that was really rough because when I finally did go to sleep, I slept for like an entire day. I went to bed in the morning and slept through the whole day and was up that night, the next night. It was rough. Mike Tyson tried every drug on the planet but never drank coffee. Tasty works. So somebody was telling me about this moo, and I haven't looked into it. Be careful, guys. Like, I mean, just the fact that you said this space. If you're gonna switch brokers, cool. I mean, it's your money, it's your choice. But dive deep into everything, guys. Um, this is your life, your once in a lifetime opportunity, right? Uh, you know, make sure you know what it is that you're getting to. Understand what I would highly recommend is if you're going to use a different broker, go open up an account first. Put in $10. I don't care. Put in $100, whatever it is you want to put in. Put in some money. Trade on that broker and see what kind of how the experience is first before you move your money. Before you go moving shares over or anything like that, go on there and figure it out first because you really want to know if their platform is a good platform. Don't just take somebody's word for it. Don't, you know what I'm saying, Space Ape? Like coming on here and asking anybody for information and whether or not they like it or whatnot. No, man, do your own DD. Absolutely do your own DD. Do not take other people's word for it. Don't. You need to do this on your own. Like it's sure. Go out there and find information if you want. Take people's advice if you want, but you will have the best experience by going out and figuring it out on your own. Yeah. I mean, there's some shady stuff going on right now in Fidelity. I mean, there's definitely been some shady stuff that's been said about. I mean, just look at what they posted just recently, and I don't know if there's validity to that. I haven't done my own DD on it yet, but right now there's an um, in reference to um, one of the new rules that's coming out on I can't think of the word, not clarity. Anyways, Fidelity is basically saying like, we think that this is a bad rule because, our double loaned shares will be misconstrued. It's just like, wait a minute, what? So yeah, there's definitely some highly speculative, not highly speculative, highly damning information right now out on Fidelity. So I need to take a look at that. Yeah, I'm tired. Well, it's not. I hope you're joking, Hayden. I'm gonna second guess anybody. I will absolutely second guess anybody because this is my money. And I'm going to be extremely. Um, I'm going to try to be extremely diligent about everything. Transparency. Thank you, Joe. Transparency. And I couldn't think of the word. Yes, I did, Otto. I did see that, and I don't think that's in reference to. I don't think that's in reference to AMC specifically, because I know I think a lot of people are thinking that that's in reference to AMC specifically. In my opinion, Otto, I think that there's other world events that are going on that other world events that are going on that could potentially. And I was talking about this earlier, and I left like right in the middle of having to go clean dishes. But what's happening over in Ukraine and Russia? Um, if you wanted to destabilize America, when you were going to attack another foreign country, um, the markets would be a great place to attack America. It really would. And so, if if the United States sees there being some kind of outside tampering inside the U.S. markets that they think would destabilize the U.S. economy, shut it down. They're going to shut it down. So, and I don't necessarily disagree. What are these? What is this per minute? Wow, the volume is absolutely like, just dead. Hmm. They're absolutely tanking the volume right now. Well, I was on break, guys. It's a good question, Hayden. I'm not sure. I'm not sure of the answer. I did see this while I was on break, and I just wanted to throw this out there. Let me see if I can find it again. Of course, probably not be able to find it. Let's see. Well, okay, here we go. Do you guys know who Ape Anna is? I don't. I don't know who Ape Anna is, but this was a post by Anna Slats on Twitter, and it says at Thin Twit analyst I like quite a bit. He got a shout out from Michael Burry when Burry was still on Twitter on Melvin and Credit Suisse. And the slide is in two pics. It says here, many are asking how much, hearing Melvin down circa 12%. Gross and net down sharply as a result. Guess this news makes a lot of folks on here quite happy. That was from Guillermo Carlo Casillo. And they said, guess who got effed in the sell-off? Yep, you guessed it, Melvin, D1 and Tiger Global. Also got roasted Lone Pine. Some just can't skip being on that podium. And then it says, one can only think that CS is pending an announcement of a few billion pissed here and there. One has to wonder how CS is doing. And CS is Credit Suisse, by the way. So it sounds like there's some hedge funds out there that are struggling right now. At least that's the talk. So there's that. The other thing is that last night, guys, I was on a space call. It was a really good space call. I don't know if you guys know who Darth is on there on Twitter. But he's put together a really good presentation of all the information that he's got from DRSing shares and why he specifically is not attacking DRS. He's simply giving out information that truthful information about how they conduct business. And some of the things that are being said are absolutely, from an ape's perspective, horrific. Absolutely horrific. I don't have a compiled. He hasn't put together a compiled. I mean, he was presenting the information last night and said that he would compile all that information together and put it into some kind of one single document. Um, but I've been saying it for a long time, guys. When your shares are DRS'd, um, it violates my rule number three. Rule number three for the MOASS is being able to sell your shares during the pre-market and after-hour trading. If you don't have that ability to be able to do that, then you're missing out. You're absolutely missing out. There's for a long time there's been this theory that if enough shares are accounted for, that there could be some kind of share recall. I'm telling you guys that's not a possibility. So long as brokers have shares loaned out, they will not approve a share recall. And there's a difference between a share count and a share recall. A share count is simply where they count the amount of individuals who are shareholders, and they only count in North America, which is where we got our 4.1 million from back in June. And all they do when a share count, right, is they ask all the brokers. They say, okay, well, how many people do you have as customers that own our shares, and give us a list of their names. And so the brokers do that, but they don't ask them how many shares. They don't. They don't ask them how many shares that they own. Actually, let me think about that. They have to. They do. They do ask that information. But even though they ascertain that information, they're not allowed to disclose it. They're not allowed to disclose that information. So what they do is they take the total amount of voters and they divide that by the free float. And that tells you, if they give you back a number that say shareholders own this many shares, and it's just simply the free float divided by 4.1 million people, and it comes out to 125 shares a person, and they say the average shareholder holds 125 shares, we own the float. End of story. That's all you need to know. We own the float. So, but that's not a share recall. That's not going to do anything about it. It's just going to tell you numbers. And that's the difference between a share count and a share recall. And what we really want to have happen, I think what a lot of apes really want to have happen, is we want to see a share recall. And in order to do that, the only way we can is to go through our brokers and get them to approve a recall of their shares that are on loan. We have 100 and some odd million shares on loan right now, guys. That is 1/5, 20%. 20% of the total float is out on loan right now. That's massive. They're not going to call those back. They're making bank. Why would they call back shares that they're making bank on? Not going to happen. It just will not happen. So then the question becomes, if you're going to follow the money, the question becomes, what do you have to do to get your broker to stop lending shares? So then you have to twist that around a little bit and look at it just from a different angle and say, what causes them to lend shares? The causation of lending of shares is retail buying into the derivatives, and they're being counter hedging to our positions. So the answer to how do you get them to stop or lending shares is to stop buying options. That's the answer. Because nobody's going to have to hedge against retail if nobody's buying options. End of story. Now, there's still going to be some lending going on because, irregardless of whether or not retail buys into options, there's still going to be option purchases that are going on by institutions. Let them fight that fight. There's no reason for us to fight that fight. When we fight that fight, we're bleeding. What you want to have happen is you want to have interbleeding amongst the institutions. When the institutions have to duke it out and all we're doing is sitting back on the side eating popcorn, guess who wins? We do. We win because they're bleeding and they're going to stop the bleeding in order to have less bleeding. They're going to stop the fight. They won't fight if there is no fight there. So that is truly the answer. And I know it's so contrary to what it is we've been told in the past. Everybody seems to think that you have to have a gamma squeeze in order to have a squeeze. And that's just not the case. You do not have to have a gamma squeeze to have a squeeze. You can have there's other ways to get a squeeze to happen. There's other ways. And it's failure to delivers. That's one of the biggest ways. Mm, oh, yeah, I was trying to remember where I was going with that. Okay, so when you DRS your shares, sidetracked. When you DRS your shares are being locked up. They're being locked up. They're being tied up into a system that doesn't allow them to be loaned out. Sort of. If they're tied up in a system that doesn't allow them to be loaned out, then essentially you're tying up part of the float. When you tie up part of the float, you tie up volume. When you tie up volume, you tie up price discovery because price discovery is seen through volume. So DRSing shares can be very, very harmful to a squeeze because it ties up the float. So that's something that he didn't really touch on in his space call last night. But the reason that he didn't touch on that was because he's simply trying to portray the facts of what it is that happens when you do business with ComputerShare. Uh, I'm here to tell you that I'm waiting to see the data for February to be able to prove what I've been talking about. But I got to wait for that data. I can't prove it until February, but I will have that data by February. Mid-February, I think. Should be 45 days after the end of the quarter. Somebody asked, somebody had asked yesterday, and I don't remember particularly who it was. So if you're listening, somebody had asked me if we could see a histogram of how the Nasdaq looks um, based off of OBV. If you're here and you're hearing me say this, let me know and I can pull it up. If you guys want to see a histogram chart of OBV on any stock, I'd be willing to pull that up for you and show you. Who posted this? CM posting Yahoo Finance. Hold on a second. I gotta check this out. It sounds like an article I want to read. I hate Yahoo. I don't even know how it's still a thing. Hmm. Okay, I'm seeing it here. Um, I'm seeing it on the Oakland News now. That's where I'm seeing it at. Meme stock frenzy was the crazy story that didn't beat Wall Street. WSJ editor. Video made by YouTube channel with the logo in the video's upper left-hand corner. So this is a vlog post. This is a video. I'll give that a listen later, CM, just because I'm kind of hesitant about just playing stuff I haven't reviewed first. I guess the real answer to your question, Hayden, about volume dead because retail is not trading. Um, I mean, there's kind of some truth to that. There's definitely some truth to that, but we don't want to trade. You know what I'm saying? Like, Duncan, good to see you, buddy. Duncan, we had somebody on here who was from, let me see if I can find the name again. We had somebody here who was from Denmark. The name was 8 Bisgard. It's 8 Bisga. Here, I'll just repost it. So this individual right here was asking questions about what platform I'm using. Oh, actually, I think it just starts with an 8. There's no AM in there. There's a space. Anyways, they were asking about what platform I'm using, and I said Webull, and they said Webull's not. They're not able to use Webull in Denmark. And I said, and I said that I know people, and I have a moderator on here who's from Denmark, and I said he probably could uh, help out with either problems or knowing how to, what may be one of the better platforms to use for tracking. Just out of curiosity, what do you use? Both of the above? Okay. Nordnet and Saxo. Got it. Because I didn't know. I didn't know what platform. I'm surprised you guys is it like, are you just not able to use Webull? I don't understand like why you couldn't just use Webull. You don't need like a I don't understand why you couldn't just use Webull to just look at it. I mean, you don't have to have a paid subscription to use Webull. It's free. So I'm just kind of curious, like, why would somebody say that they can't use Webull in Denmark? I mean, I would think that it would just be free to use. I mean, just to use it for tracking price, you know, or looking up information. Hmm. Well, I mean, I wasn't suggesting. Yeah. See, I was just suggesting, like Rose said, just for charting. I mean, if you just wanted to use Webull for charting, like it's an app on our phones. Like we just download an app and it's there. Or your computer, you can download the app as well, uh, and use the application there. Yeah. See, what Andy's saying is you can still use it, but you can't trade through it. That makes sense. I totally get that. Right? I mean, trading restrictions and whatnot. So that makes sense to me. It's just a little confusing. Oh, guys, I'm gonna take a break here. I need to. Looks like I'm getting a request to take something to a school. So I'm gonna have to step aside. One of the kids needs a pair of pants. Well, see, the thing is, Hayden, is that there's hedging, right? Anytime there's hedging, the opposite side of that's going to be taken. So the answer to that is it does include puts. It includes everybody. And let me tell you, the puts have been taking a beating too. I've been watching. All right, guys, I'm gonna set you up here on autopilot while I run to the school real quick. It won't take me too long, less than probably 20 minutes if I had to guess. So we'll do a rundown, the hourly rundown when I get back. Let me put you guys on autopilot here. Duncan's gonna take over. He's gonna run the show. Go for it, Duncan. It's all yours. Oh, holy crap, guys! Did you see that? Borrow change 3.56 million on Ortex. Let me update that and make sure that's right. Oh, nice. Super sweet. That looks good. Loving it. All right, I'm going to step away here for just a little bit. I will see you guys back here in probably about, I should be about 20 minutes. I'll leave you guys with some music. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry about that. Had to take some pants. I'm not sure what they needed them for, but had to take pants to the kids so they weren't freezing. I don't know. I'm assuming that's what it was for. Who knows? Who knows what they need pants for at school? I mean, they probably wore pants at school, right? I don't know. Looking at what you guys are reading here. James says, was going to play golf, closed for tournament, so I came across the street where all of our toys are after MOASS, Barrett Jackson auction. Huh. All right, time for Hopium, Joe. Let's take a look at our numbers. Save that article for later. Let me update Fidelity, and I'll take you guys over there, and we'll take a look at our numbers and see what's going on here. Wow, I'm chilly. It's cold outside. Saying 51 out right now. It's really not. I mean, it's not that cold. The number isn't that cold, but it felt cold. Alrighty, taking you guys over to the other page. First, let's take a look at the off exchange. 47.24, and the CBOE is 13.15. Okay, so the off exchange went up to 48.89. I'm really surprised at how high that is, considering SSR is tripped for the day today. The CBOE is just dipped finally underneath 13, which is still pretty high for that as well. Pretty high numbers there. Taking a look at Ortex, man, that thing's even spiking still too. What is going on? Holy Toledo, 5.26 million shares borrowed. What in the world? What? That's a lot of shares borrowed. Okay. It was 1.12 an hour ago. Now it's all the way up to 5.26. Put positions maybe? We'll have to take a look and see in the options and see if that's the case. But 5.26 million shares having been borrowed right now is exceptionally high. Actually, I can't honestly ever think of a time where it's been that high before. That is a really high number. Refreshing the options chain, that is a really high number. On the call side of things, at a $17 strike price an hour ago, there was 9.5 thousand contracts. There's now 11.3 for the calls. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing the options, guys. The options, there's nothing there that would indicate to me that there's a need to borrow shares. None. At a $14 strike price an hour ago, there was 9,000 options. There's only 10.2 now. There's nothing there. Absolutely nothing. Wow. Wow. That's all I got to say. That's impressive. Taking you guys over to orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME not in the top 10. Let's see. AMC I think was 13th an hour ago. It still is in 13th. 63% buys to 37% sales is kind of cooling off. Volume compared to the rest, Rest of the traded stocks on Fidelity is not changing. Like we're holding our position, but our orders are going down in as far as buy to sell ratios. But GME is still maintaining a very strong order buy to sell ratio at 80-20, and they're holding 16th. I think 16th might be an improvement from where they were an hour ago. A slight improvement by like 1 or 2 positions. Taking a look at Stonko Tracker, I'm really surprised at how many shares are showing up on Ortex. They have Stonko Trackers reporting a total of 7.6 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day. In the last hour, it looks like no new shares having been borrowed. ABC usually tracks this as well as I do, and I think that there might be an additional 100K there, but I think I counted these earlier. Yeah, I did count these earlier. So 11:30 would be 10:30 my time. Yeah, I counted these. I counted these earlier. So no new loans through Stonko Tracker. 4,000 contracts are in the money on the calls. 44.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. A lot. Some of the calls are. I mean, they appear to be stacking right now on the call side here. Interesting activity going on. SSR would trigger today at 14.98. SSR is on for the day today. The VIX is, well, we'll come back to this. The Nasdaq is currently down 2.57, Dow Jones is down 1.08, and the S&P 500 is down 1.83. The market is doing better. It's better than it was. It's not quite on fire. 5,411 decliners. Excuse me, indigestion. Advancers, 2,063. The VIX is up 7.53%, which is actually kind of down from where it was earlier. I think it was 10 earlier. IWM is down 2.35, Tesla is down 1.6, Amazon down 3.7, Cinemark down 1.32, Doge up 3.58, Bitcoin up 1.89, GME is down 3.47, and AMC is down 3.55. Refreshing our inflow versus outflow, there is a 12-point spread between inflow and outflow. Way more inflow than there is outflow currently. Weird numbers. Pace. What's our pace for the day today? Maybe volume's starting to pick back up now. We're on pace for 49.2 million shares traded for the day today. My prediction for the day was 40 to 60 million. So we're at my halfway point with 2.5 hours left to trade. So we'd need to see volume kind of pick up a little bit here, I think, in order for that to not be the case. Price has got a nice little run going on here. I want to show a breakout. This does indeed look like it was a breakout right here. That was a pretty good breakout, and then it tried to break back down and consolidated and actually took off. So that does indeed look like an official breakout of this wedge. We could be setting a new trend right now. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this upper line. We're going to have to just continue to watch this. I'm not willing to draw anything just yet. Let me look at it at 5-minute. Perhaps rise up to 1645. Huh. I'll come back to this in a little bit. We'll see if we can track a new trend. That's just shocking. The the amount of borrowed changed with there not being any options being open. I mean, last week was it? I think it was where we had like a really high value, but then I think it was last Tuesday, the beginning trading day of the week last week. We had like a very large amount of borrowed change go in, but it was I realized later that it was short interest. That's not the case today. I don't see short interest stacking. So I doubt that the borrowing is caused by short interest. Are you quoting me crazy? Later on today. Sorry, there was an arrow. I get what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, we see those numbers change all the time, Crazy Pepe. I'm telling you, like, for example, I want to say yesterday we ended the day at the end of the day with 1 million shares having been borrowed. But then in the wee hours of the night, I updated those numbers. I always update Ortex before, well, not always, but I try to update Ortex before I go to bed just so in case it captures something that happens at like 1 or 2 in the morning. And sure enough, last night it captured it and showed that the borrowed change amount going up to 3 point, I think it was 3.23, 3 point, yeah, 3.23. Let's see how this looks on our Bollinger Band. Got a touch point right here, so price should be moving back down to the simple moving average. 1636, guys. If you remember, that was the price I told you that we needed to drive through in order for us to see some new highs. And we did drive through it yesterday, and we went up to 1728. The only way that we were going to see um, new lows would be by driving through that number, which we did. But I'm not going to count the new low that we just went down to because I doubt that's 20%. It would have to be at least a 20% drop. And we got to 1555. Let me just check it just to make sure. Yeah, it was only 10%. Not enough. I want to put us on an ascending parallel channel, but I don't think I have enough data points yet to do that. I mean, you can see the obvious breakout here. You can see the consolidation just before it happened. I don't think so, Dan. I'm looking for I think the price value that I'm looking for end of day today is going to be just slightly fractionally higher than what we closed at from yesterday. And yesterday's closing price was 1797. No, that's not right. 16, 1613, sorry. No, 1664. Eesh, I can't come up with the right numbers. 1664 was our closing price, so maybe like, I don't know, just fractional, a bit, just a fractional amount higher than 1664 is what I'm kind of shooting for. I want to see that to be a reversal. Um, we only have a 19% chance, 19% chance that today would be a green day based off of yesterday being a red day. So if we break that 19% chance, a 1 in 20 chance, basically, or 1 in 5 chance, um, if we can break past that, and then we have another green day tomorrow, that's 2 days in a row that we would have 19% possibilities broken. And to top that off is that Thursday, if we have a green day Tuesday and Wednesday, the chance of hitting a green day on Thursday is 13%. So if we have 3 green days in a row, and it's just fractional today, it only has to be a penny. If we have that, that to me would signify a turn in price movement. The other numbers that we're looking for, that's not it. What am I doing? This is the Ichimoku cloud. For those of you who are not aware, this is often used by day traders. It's a very good indicator that tells you what the sentiment is looking like as far as price movement goes. And actually, on the 1 hour, we have the conversion line going above the baseline. We are uh, in a 1 hour chart. We're only 1.5 periods behind. So we're basically like a half a day or into the aftermarket hours away from being able to have this lagging purple line back here to cross the price. Both of those two, the conversion line breaking the baseline and the lagging line breaking through the price line, could be very bullish indicators for this price moving upwards here and breaking through the cloud. The price at which the cloud is today that it ends on is 1749, but for tomorrow it's a super low number of 1607. That's all it has to, once it's inside the cloud, if it can break through the top side of the cloud, which is 1720, that's the number that we're looking for bullish movement. If I take this to a 4 hour, a little bit different sentiment here. We don't have baseline, we don't have conversion line crossing over the baseline. And the lagging period on this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 periods behind. So if price were to just assume price moved sideways, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, as long as price stays above 1670 within the next 5 days, you would be seeing price moving through, or you would see the lagging line moving through the price zone. But if price moves upwards, before then, it could actually, the lagging line could actually cross through, conversion line cross through. It's not some bad looking data here. It definitely looks like it's ready for a reversal. It's going to be slow, guys. It's not going to be overnight. This is not going to be overnight stuff where we just start jumping in price like right away. It's going to be a very gradual increase. Hayden, when you said that, it made me think of the Dumb and Dumber. movie. Dan says I've been ready for a reversal since October. I hear you, man. I hear you. I am really surprised, guys, at that borrow amount. 5.26. That's really high. Hmm. Cost of borrow is not really shooting up. About fees. Nope. Hmm. Looks like we may have a flag and pennant situation going on here. Let's check out the time on this. 1310 to 30, so 20 minute period. 1320 to 1350 or 1330 to 1350. It would actually have the breakout right down to the very tip of this thing here. Oh, DJ. Why, man? Come on. Come on, man. It's in the description. Just the tip coin. For those of you who've been around for a while, that used to be funny. It used to be funny when it worked. It seems like it's hardly the tip anymore. All right. He said sorry. He said sorry. I know you've been around, DJ, so I'm gonna, I'm gonna turn a blind eye. But man, can you erase it? Like, you'd make me feel better if you erased it, right? It would make me feel better if you erased it, because that way I don't have to. It's more like I wouldn't mind if you like came in and be like, "Holy crap, what's going on with BBIG? Why do you think it's ripping right now?" That'd be one thing, right? But to just throw it out there, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for that delete on that. Let's take a look at it, right? I don't mind somebody coming in and being like, "Hey, what's going on with BBIG? Why is that happening?" That's cool. I don't have a problem with that, but like just like coming in and throwing that out, I feel like it's like you're saying like, "Hey, we got to go buy this." It's different. I don't know. I know you're a regular, so obviously I'm not going to comment on it. Yep, there it is. There's BBIG. That's so nice. Here's AMC. Ooh, it's like the poker hand. Ooh, he got double aces. I don't think so, DJ. I don't think so. That's just my opinion, though. Yeah, DJ, I did see. I mean, it does kind of look a little bit like a cup and handle, but I didn't want to say that. And I was looking for the ascending parallel channel. A lot of times on the backside of a cup and handle, whenever I draw an ascending parallel channel, and it breaks out going north of that, it's a very good sign that you have a legitimate ascending or you have a cup and handle formation. I'm just not seeing the I'm just not seeing the well, maybe I am seeing it. I guess this is the ascending parallel channel. This would be the first one. It's rough. It's a rough drawing. I don't know if I would on a normal basis draw this, but I'll put it in there for right now. We'll see if it breaks out. If it breaks out going up north of this, we'll look for another ascending parallel channel. It's a possibility. This broke out faster than I would have thought. Should have gone for a little bit longer. Uh-oh. Something happening over there? I mean, I know what's going on over there, but is there new news? Let's check it out. The West fears Russia's about to attack Ukraine, but that's not the way the Russians are seeing it on TV. What? SAT is going to be digital. Exam will be online only, shorter as colleges ditch standardized tests. What the heck is going on? Like back in my day, like you didn't take an SAT, you weren't getting into college. Well, I guess there was what was the other one? There was another test you could take. I forget what the other one was called. It's like I can't remember what the other one was called. DHS. DHS says on heightened alert for Russian cyber attack. U.S. believes Russia may launch cyber attacks against critical American infrastructure. Remember what I told you guys. Mark my words. Mark my words. The post that you read, the post that you read that says that they could shut down the American economy or shut down the markets due to manipulation, that's what that was about. I don't think it has anything to do with AMC. I mean, in a roundabout way, they are kind of linked, but it's just not. It's not just strictly AMC. See, like, let me throw this question. Let me pose this question to you guys. We know there's 513 million shares in our float. Watch this. Let me show you the price to crash the American economy. 513 million shares in the float, right? Multiply that by our current price of 16.32. It would cost you $8.3 billion to crash the US economy right now. And that's it. $8.3 billion. It's not that much. It really isn't that much. because because somebody buying that much in one stock would could legitimately cripple um, the entire rest of the economy. It wouldn't take that much. Of course, price would start driving up, right? There's no way they would get 513 million shares at that price if price started driving up really super hard. But I'm just trying to give you an idea. And of course, they wouldn't have to buy 513 million shares all in one day either. But do you see where I'm going with this? It would not take much money to cripple the entire U.S. economy in a single blow. And I guarantee you that the U.S. will not allow that to happen, period. If they see the manipulation coming, they will shut the markets down. Derek, I feel like when I read your sentence there, like I feel like I got dyslexia. Are the words out of order? Feds out options shit or get off the. I love you, Derek, man. That's cool. That's some good shit right there. I don't know what you're on, man, but that's some good shit. Uh, Pass some my way, cause that, wow, good times, man. Good times. My wife says something very close to that. She says, "Shit or get off the pot." Yeah, no kidding, Einstein. Good point. Absolutely good point, Einstein. Manipulation you mean by anyone other than them. Ooh, burn. Burn. Absolutely coin. 100%. You can plug it. I'm not free speech around here, buddy. Plug away. I've plugged people's channels on here before. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. I'm not here to make money. Not on not on YouTube. It's not where I'm going to make my money at. This is not it. So please, more than happy for you to plug whoever you want to plug. In fact, I don't know why Jana hasn't done this yet. But Jana said that her son is a YouTuber and she's not plugged him yet. And I'm waiting for the day to happen. I almost said it the other day and I almost said, "Hey Jana, how come you don't ever plug your son on the YouTube channel here?" Uh, Absolutely. I'm excited to know what you guys are excited about. I want to know what it is you guys are excited about. If you're excited about something, let the rest of the community know. Maybe we'll be excited too. Absolutely. Post it. Feds out of, oh, okay. You're saying the feds are out of options. I mean, it does seem that way. It does seem that way. I'm sorry, Derek. I'm not trying to poke. I am poking fun at you, but it's in. I hope you're taking it in good stride. Hmm. I want to tell you guys, I finally got my Christmas present for my son, and it came in the mail, and it's like a 6 foot tall box that looks like it could hold a pair of skis in it. If we end green today, dude, Porter, dude, Porter, I projected a green day today, and I said even if it's just 1 penny, we'll probably be green today by at least 1 penny. I predicted that this morning. I actually predicted that Monday coming into today. Yesterday was going to be green, today's green, tomorrow's green, and Thursday's supposed to be green. I think you're gonna be drinking your dog's piss, buddy. You might be drinking your dog's piss. Watch with Wayne on Twitch. He's a Canadian streamer who will be going to look at the trucker protests today. Ooh, I didn't even know there was trucker protests. No rate hikes till spring. The Feds aren't doing their CM. Are the Feds doing their son of a gun? Am I missing something? That's supposed to be at 4:15. So the meeting tomorrow is supposed to be at 2 o'clock, it looks like. It says it's a 2-day meeting. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Coin says that they're demanding NWO leadership get out of their country. Shutting down the supply line for most of Canada. Wow. Bondaro, man. Hey, why you stomping on our interest rates over here in America, buddy? I find it remarkable how in tune you are with the I guess economics over here. I think it's fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating to me that you're that in tune with the economics over here. I think it's great. I mean, I'm not saying anything bad. I think it's just it's cool. You're really big brained. Well, I mean, it might fully be a ascending parallel channel that's about ready to break out. And if that's the case, then yeah, this could totally be a it's kind of nasty looking, but it could be a cup and handle. Hmm. I mean, with borrowing 5.26 million shares, for a long time, I've been telling you guys that anytime I see it at 3 million plus or minus on the borrowed amount, that we start seeing fireworks in price. And it's happened several times over the last couple weeks, and nothing has resulted as nothing ended up resulting after having seen that. But now it's 5.26, and it's like, okay, now that's enough. That's enough. We'll go up now. The numbers have changed. It's no longer three, it's five. We got about 4 more minutes, and we'll cover the new data. I mean, we've been seeing supply issues here in the United States too, guys. It doesn't matter where you live. It doesn't take much to go to a store and see that there's issues inside the stores. So believe it or not, Dan, it's not just Canada. Um, it's here in the U.S. too. We've got some major supply issues that I've been talking about for a while. I haven't been talking about it regularly, but we've definitely got some supply issues going on. Those ships that were parked off of the coast for a while, I don't know. It's catching up. Sandy, it's been a while, Sandy. Good to see you again. Good afternoon. Um, they're expected to raise the rates this week. Interesting. Thank you for coming by and dropping off the info. That's awesome. Thank you. We also had CM also came in. I think it was CM that came in and declared that as well. So the last couple minutes in volume have still been pretty low, under 100K. So we're not seeing big volume spikes, but we're still getting price movement. Not expected to raise. Oh, wait, did I misread it? Fed is, oh, it's a jot. I read it as jot expected. They're not expected to raise interest rates this week. Okay. MCon, you never received anything from me in the mail? Like most everybody else that I know of has gotten their packages, except for those who are outside the U.S., which, by the way, have still not gone out. I filled out um, the customs orders for those, and I need to go do that one of these days. Probably try and do it on a weekend, on a Saturday. But I'm really surprised by that, MCon, that you didn't receive your package. Hmm. Oh, wait, MCon, are you in the United States? If you're in the United States, wait, hold on 1 second. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Okay, I just looked it up, and yeah, I don't have your package here because the only ones that I still have are ones that are outside the U.S. Had to go through. I'm gonna have to go through customs to send those out, and so it's taking a little bit of extra work. But um, hmm, let me. I have your contact information somewhere. I have your contact information, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get in touch with you how you got in touch with me originally, Mark, and verify the information with you so that if there's anything wrong there, I what I originally sent out to you um, had no return address. It had no return address. Everybody received their stuff like a week ago. So I'd be surprised if you haven't gotten it yet. It may not be making it to you, and it had no return address on it. So unfortunately, it'll make it to Santa somewhere. It's gonna get lost in Santa land. So what I can work on something with you. I'll contact you on the side, and let me write that down in my notes. Gotta have notes. Today is Tuesday. If you guys are in the U.S. and you were supposed to receive a package from me, let me know that you did not get it. Most of you guys have contacted me and told me you got it. So um, if you did not get yours, Mark, then um, you might be the only one that didn't get it. But maybe there's more. So we'll find out. It is time to go over the data, guys. So let's go over it real quickly. Taking you to the other page. And thank you for saying that, Mark. I appreciate you letting me know. There's something we can do about that. Um, I had made a few extra just in case, and so if I have to send out another one, I will. But I'm not going to do that until I verify your information to make sure we don't have some kind of hang up. Because I'd hate to send another one and then it just does the same thing. All right, taking a look at the data that we have here, guys, in the off exchange, 48.89, and on the EDGX, it's 12.99. Let's refresh that. 49.49 in the off exchange, and the EDGX is 13.41. So price is still rising with more going into the off exchange. So that's kind of interesting to see. Um, Taking a look at Ortex, it's currently stating that there is 5.13 million shares An hour ago is 5.26, so a little bit less. That's going to make the current short interest of the free float 20.84. And taking a look at those sweet options that you know, everybody wants to play in the in the in the stock market slash AKA Vegas. How is Vegas going? Let's see what we got going on here in Vegas. Any day now. There we go. On the call options, the highest amount of volume currently at a $17 strike price an hour ago is 11.3. It is now 12.6. 12.6 thousand contracts. On the put side, at a $14 strike price, there was 10.2 an hour ago. It is now 10.5. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC not in the top 10. GME not in the top 10. AMC is still in 13th with 62% buys and 38% sales. That's still decreasing. GME is in 16th with 80% buys and 20% sales. Shares borrowed in the last hour by for AMC, none. 7,000 contracts are in the money on the calls. 49.5 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts. The VIX. Look at that, guys. The VIX is not down. It's not as up as it used to be. The Nasdaq is down 1.72. The Dow Jones is down 0.3, and the S&P 500 is down 1. The market's not quite as bad off as it was earlier. We have 4,795 decliners to 2,689 advancers. The VIX, like I said, was at like 10% up this morning. What am I looking at here? 30 minutes. Yeah. So the VIX is definitely falling. IWM is down 1.13. Tesla is down 0.62. Amazon is down 2.69. Cinemark is up 0.06. Doge is up 6.17. Bitcoin is up 1.46. GME is down 2.26. AMC is down 2.98. Refreshing our inflow versus outflow, we have 13 more million dollars of inflow than we have of outflow, and let's see how many. Our pace has just absolutely died today. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get my number, but man, it's gonna be close. Let's see, we got 390. We're on pace for 46.3 million shares traded for the day today. My prediction was between 40 and 70. So we definitely had a breakout of this ascending parallel channel going down, so perhaps not a cup and handle unless, yeah, I wouldn't really call this a cup and handle unless it really starts spiking up like right now. It would have to turn around like right now. And if it does, we can calculate based off of this top right here. On the daily interval, way more buying pressure than selling pressure right now. Well, not way. There's more. There's more than we've seen in a while. With RSI at 20.32, which is definitely showing oversold signs. More buying pressure than selling pressure on the hourly. with an RSI of 46.22. On a 30-minute interval, we had a crossover in the last 30 minutes with more buying pressure than selling pressure and an RSI of 50.1, which is right down the middle. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.27, again, right down the middle. Let's assume this is a cup and handle for just a second, and let's calculate it out and see what we should be getting to in price. $16.82. $16.82 would be the price that we would drive up to, which would be up here somewhere. I'm telling you guys, the whole squeeze is going to take much longer than you would anticipate. So don't expect to see like fireworks happening all in one day. Remember that every good marathon is ran by energy management, energy conservation. You don't want to just blow all your energy right in the beginning. Brian, are you asking me if I'm watching the Russell 2000 index or no? Um, hold on one second. No, but I think, and I'm not 100% certain, but somebody came in yesterday asking if I could do a histogram of the OBV over the Russell 2000 index. I think, was that you? If it was you, I can do it. I got training last night. So if you wanted to see that, I could do that for you. Eric, again, I've been saying this like I think maybe since last week, but I didn't really announce it anywhere too loudly. But I really kind of feel like today's like marginally up, very, very marginally, like from yesterday's close. Yesterday's close being 1613, or wait, sorry, 1664. I think we're very marginally up today. I think we see a little bit extra green tomorrow, and potentially the green day after that, the following day. If all three of those come true, if that comes true, we would defy some of the biggest odds possible because we only have a 19% chance of having a green day today. We have a 19% chance of having a green day tomorrow, and we have a 13% chance of having a green day after that on Thursday. So defying those odds to me would be a huge reversal in trends that we've seen over the last year. So just let that sink in. If we see those things happen, we could be on a very different path. I'm not trying to put dates out there. I hate doing that because I know how much it angers people and makes them upset and angry. Me, it doesn't really hurt me too much because if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I don't really care. But I'm just saying that, the odds of us having a green day today, tomorrow, or the next day are very, very low. 19% today, 19% tomorrow, and if it's a green day on Wednesday, it's a 13% chance on Thursday. It's a narrative. It's just FUD. It's an attempt to try and turn this into a non-narrative, not a non-narrative, a non-story, a non-issue. Let me just check something out here real quick. Let's see what we got. I'm looking for. Hmm. I'm gonna have to go check that out, Eric. I'm gonna have to go check that out. I've got the article. I've got one of those articles on my computer that I was gonna check out later before I talked on it. Let me see. It's That's not it. Where did I put it? That's right here. So I've got it over here. I'm waiting to look it up a little bit later. Meme stock frenzy was Meme stock frenzy was the crazy story that didn't beat Wall Street. WSJ editor. I'm gonna check this video out later. Obviously, I can't do it while I'm doing a stream with you guys. Um, so I'm gonna be checking that out later after market closes, and I'll look at it and we can talk about it tomorrow and see see what's going on there. But what I actually just did, what I was doing just now, was I was actually looking up Google Trends on AMC, and it's actually I'll just pull it over so you can see what it is that I was searching. So Google Trends on AMC had a little bit of a blip here in late December, but we've had a downtrend in AMC searches on Google ever since then. So we definitely have had a downtrend, you know, in total amount of searches. I'm not sure what this is. Let's see, over time. Okay, so it's based off of popularity. So like at our highest peak back on May 30th to June 5th, when we were at our highest, compared to what we're at now, we're just under, we're actually less than that. We're at about 14, a score of like 14 in ranking compared to where we were at in interest way back here. So the fact, I mean, the idea that, people aren't looking or actively seeking to buy AMC as price continues to move down doesn't seem to not make a whole lot of sense to me. Like, I mean, it makes sense, right? It makes sense. Price is moving down. There's nothing to talk about right now. Um, when would you see this change? You would probably see something like this change once prices already started spiking, right? What do they say? Something, but sell the news. I forget what the term is. Buy the something, sell the news. I forget what the term. Let me look it up. You guys will probably type it in before. Oh, buy the rumor, sell the news. So, that's we're kind of at one of those points right now where it's the rumor. Right now we're the rumor. Uh, it's gonna MOASS, right? And then the news comes later. We're gonna MOASS. That's the rumor. Short interest up 4.34%. Say what? Wait a minute. Hold on. Oh yeah, yeah, I see. I see what you're looking at. You know, Monty, you said transitory. I've like tried to, like, I've looked into transitory um, inflation. I've, all right. You guys can make fun of me all you want to. I'm gonna do it again. Let's see what we got here. Most consider transitory in the context of inflation to mean that higher prices will be short-lived Powell said, but the Fed believes that transitory means that inflation will not lead to permanent economic damage. Why? I don't understand. Why do we use that word transitory? I don't know. It's got to be some kind of it's got to be an economics thing. I'm not an economics major, so I just don't understand. I don't know. I hate that. That's like that's like one of those words that that goes right up there with that I've talked about in the past, like those industry terms that people start throwing out all of a sudden. It's just like you hear it everywhere you go, and you're like, when did this become a thing? Like, why are we talking transitory now all the time? It reminds me of like robust. Like I feel like robust was the one from like 2 years ago or maybe 3 years ago. But these terms like start floating around and they start getting used like all over the place. And right now the new one's transitory. It's transitory this, transitory that. I just go like, I just don't, ah, I don't know. It's just a word, I guess. We'll write the word transitory right into depression. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Whatever. It's just me, I guess. Irregardless. I know. See, Einstein, you get my pain. It's just different. It's just different, right? Regardless. Look it up. I'm telling you, Einstein. That's it. I'm doing it. I put is IRR. That's all I had to type in. Merriam-Webster defines irregardless as non-standard but meaning the same as regardless. Many people find irregardless to be a nonsensical word as the IR prefix usually functions to indicate negation. However, in this case it appears to function as a intensifier. The dictionary writes. I'm telling you, man, it's a word. It's a word. Believe it or not. Merriam Webster Merriam Dictionary Merriam-Webster Dictionary recognizes it. It's called a buzzword. It's a way of hypnotizing the masses. It does feel that way, Coin. To me, it really does. It's like every time I hear one of those key words like that, my mind does the opposite. I focus on that key word so darn much, and I go like, well, where did this word come from? Why are we talking about this word all of a sudden? Why is this word a thing? Where did this? And my mind just kind of goes off on this like I don't even hear what somebody. As soon as the word transitory comes out, my mind is honestly like going off to different directions, thinking about where this word came from instead of what the person is talking about. And I can't even, like in a real life conversation, if you guys ever meet me, throw a buzzword at me, throw one of those buzzwords at me, and watch my eyes fog over. Because I will not be listening to a damn word you say after that. And I will just be like fogged over in the eyes, and the eyes will glaze over, and I'll just be thinking about this word transitory, transitory. It's bad. Side words. I love side words. That's a good one. Hayden, I'm supposed to be Moto. I'm Moto. Oh, shoot. Unprecedented is my word that I hate, that I hear way too much. Unprecedented. Yep. So I feel like, I don't know if I was the one who did this, but I started using nefarious in space calls. And all of a sudden, next thing you know, nefarious was like the key buzzword in space calls. And it's such a key buzzword that I was on a space call last night, and there's some guy named Marine something. I don't know what his name is. The Marine, or I don't. Anyways, he got so angry. He's like, if I hear one more person say nefarious, I'm gonna kick him off my space call, and it made me laugh so hard on the inside. I was like, because it's kind of fun. It's really fun. I've actually done this on several occasions in communities where I'll inject like some kind of keyword that I feel is like something that is one of those words that will hypnotize people, and just see if you can get it to catch. See if you can kind of get it to catch and see where it's going to go. Which is why I like doing things like synthetic price failure. You know, how many people, like if I say something like synthetic price failure and it catches here and somebody goes and says it someplace else, how long will it take before it becomes a regular thing in the community, before people start saying synthetic price failure? SPF. They go like, oh, SPF, you know what that is. How long does it take for something like that to grab hold? Have you seen exploding kittens on other YouTube channels? Because I started it here and it's starting to show up on other YouTube channels now. I'm kind of proud of that one. The exploding kittens has made its way out to other YouTube channels. Somebody else may be listening right now. I'm not sure if Father's in here. He's used it in his. I think Rico used it in his one of his shows as well. So did TWE. Trading with Emotions used it in one of his shows. It's starting to grow. It's it's not one of the ones I would have been more proud of the SPF, synthetic price failure, but I'm okay with the exploding kittens making it out there. Um, I think that one's kind of cool. Yep, cat ears. That's it, Luke. You heard it here first, man. I was in a call. I was in a call with Booksy, and we were having a conversation, and I interrupted everybody, and I said, "You guys, I can't take this anymore. You need to call this an exploding kitten from now on. I won't have it any other way. If we're going to talk about this, you need to talk about it as." And they laughed. They thought it was funny, and next thing you know, it grew into this thing where they're talking about kitten ears all over the place. So, um, I think it's funny. I think it's hilarious, and I love it. I love it when you turn when you turn something that's supposed to be complex into something basic, and it pokes fun of the idea that we have to have these words like transitory when we could just say kitten ears. I don't know. It's more fun. It's definitely more fun. Nah, I don't see it as plagiarism though. I don't own kitten ears or exploding kittens or anything like that. That's it's just who cares? Who cares? NFTs are digital Pokemon cards. They could be. All right, guys. Yeah, no kidding. TM that stuff. Nah, I don't need to. It's I know, Jana. I was talking about you earlier. I don't know if you heard it or not. Somebody had asked earlier. I think it was Coin Research had asked if he could post or promote something on the channel, and I said absolutely. I'm 100% behind that. And I said, in fact, I'm really kind of disappointed that Jana hasn't taken the time to promote her son who does YouTube stuff because you've mentioned it before here. I'm really kind of like I was I never really wanted to ask, but I think you should do it. I think you should promote his channel. 100% you should throw it up here. Um, I support everything our community does. So if you guys have anything you want other people to take a look at, why not? Throw it up. I didn't say throw up. I said throw it up on the chat is what I mean. So, anyways, guys, I'm gonna take a break. I should have taken a while ago. It's been fun talking with you, so just kept on going. But I'm gonna come back 10 minutes late. I'll be back at 2:10, and I'll see you guys for the power hour, and we'll get this end of the day started here. I don't know, Einstein. I don't count on anything in the after hour market anymore. When it happens, it happens. I just find it very difficult to figure it out. All right, guys, I'm gonna take off. I'll see you in a bit. Well, that music finishes like 3 minutes too early. Alrighty, guys, I am back. Let's pop this top. You know what time it is, guys? It's the same time it is every single day when we break open and do a cheers for the day. Trying to think about what to cheers to. Hmm. I feel like we need something good. Well, I got one. How about cheers to 5.12 million in borrowed shares that don't appear to be coming from uh, options chains? So short interest does not seem to be the originating factor for these borrowed shares. Let's do a toast to that. We're going to toast to 5.12 million in borrowed shares. Congratulations to the lucky recipient of those 5.12 million shares, whoever that may have been. We appreciate your service and your dedication to increasing our failure to delivers. Cheers. All right, now that we got that out of the way, cost to borrow 2.2%. Woo. Let me update my data for Fidelity, and I'll take you guys over to the other page, and we'll do one last rundown for the day to see where we're at and where we may be going. All right. Right here next to my head. Did I point the right way? Yeah, I did point the right way. Let's see here. Let's take a look at that off exchange amount. 49.49 in the off exchange, and the CBOE EDGX, which is the ETFs, has 13.41. Let's update that. Yep, so the off exchange increasing to 50.5, and the EDGX decreased just ever so slightly, 0.02, but still well above the 30-day average by a full percentage point. Moving down to Ortex, let's update that one. 5.05 million shares having been borrowed for the day. It was 5.13 an hour ago. That's going to slightly lower that estimated current short share interest, the free float, to 20.82. Taking a look at the options. Highest amount of volume at a $17 strike price an hour ago for the calls was 12.6 thousand contracts. It is now 15.2. On the put side, highest level of volume at a $15 strike price. It was 14 earlier. It is now raised to 15 at a $15 strike price. At 14, it was 10.5 an hour ago. It is now 11,000 contracts at 15. Signaling for a closing price of about $16 for the day today on those options. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME and AMC not on the top 10 list. AMC is still in 13th though. 62% buys to 38% sales. Those are good numbers. Not bad. I'd like to see higher than 60-40 as like the bottom number that I like seeing. So it's definitely over that, but it's been dropping throughout the day. GME slipping in volume, bring it down to 18th. Looks like they've got 79% buys to 21% sales. A little bit of a 1 percentage point slip on that one, but they still look really, really strong on that buy sell ratio. Very, very strong. Shares borrowed in the last hour. Yep, 100,000. 7.7 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. 7,000 contracts are in the money on the calls. 49.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. SSR is on for the day today. 14.98 was the trigger price for the day today. And SSR will not be on for tomorrow if it doesn't trip. I felt so like dirty saying that. I really feel like I just jinxed us. NASDAQ is down 1.28. The Dow Jones has swung around to the green side at 0.05 up. S&P 500 is down 0.67. The market is definitely starting to advance. We have 4,110 decliners to 3,349 advancers. The VIX is now in the negative at negative 0.94. IWM is down 0.58. Tesla is up 0.52. Amazon is down 2.79. Cinemark up 1.74. Doge up 3.76. Bitcoin up 0.5. GME down 1.65. And AMC down negative 2.49. Our inflow versus outflow. Wow. 16-point spread. $16 million more of inflow than outflow. Oh man, that is close. I'm going to be really, really close today to not being in on my volume prediction. 37.56 million shares traded so far. We're on pace for 42.4 million shares traded for the day today. It's going to be close. It's going to be very, very close. I think I'll make it. I predicted between 40 and 70 million shares traded for the day. Close one. On the daily interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 20.53. On the 1 hour, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.88. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.47. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a crossover in the last 5 minutes, RSI at 54.01. Let's see what kind of pattern we got going on here. Hmm. Look at the, on a 5-minute interval, look at those wicks today, guys. I want to draw something in here, but it's just so not ready. I feel like we have like a double top up here. and we almost have a double bottom except for this trailing wick down here really kind of jacked that up. I feel like what happened here is I feel like we had a potential triangle, like maybe I just wasn't here looking at it at the time, but we had a potential pattern forming for a triangle, bullish triangle breakout. Um, and then it broke out. You can see a little bit of hesitation in here, or a little bit of um, infighting, trying to decide which way price is going to go. It broke out down. Let's see if Bollinger Bands got broken right there. Let's see if that was a no. Well, I mean, on a 2 sigma, it would have hit, pretty sure. And don't forget, sometimes, yeah, it definitely would have hit. Sometimes with the stocks, they'll head fake one direction before running the other. So you can see that the price came down here and definitely drove really hard into a Bollinger Band with the 2 sigma. Quite a few data points here that were out, so it was like it was a head fake to the right and decided to go left instead. Um, I think you might have just had, I think we might have had a false breakout of this bullish triangle. So the question is are we going to get a third top point, come back down, and then maybe break through it just before the end of the day? To have it be a green day today, we have to cross the threshold of 1664, which is up here. SIJP is 20.82. Oh, he wanted it typed out. Thank you, dog. Very set to not being arrested, to no tickets, to Lady Amy, who will change our lives. I don't know what you guys are talking about up above. I gotta check out and see what you're saying here. Oh, it's funny. CM actually put head fake in there earlier. I didn't even see that till just now. James, that sounds like an expensive car. I gotta look it up. Oftentimes, guys, for those of you who are new to the channel, we talk about kind of crazy things at the end of the day. Nothing that, cars. I don't know that we've talked guns before, but cars definitely. Um, Actually, I don't even know if we're allowed to talk about guns on here. We've talked poker. We've talked all kinds of crazy stuff. McLaren Senna. I'm not sure if that's Sienna. It's probably Sienna. Our fastest track-focused road hypercar. Let's see the images on this thing. Holy moly! I have one question for you, James. Just one. Did you fall into the seat, or did you have to roll out of the vehicle? Either one. It's one question. It's two answers. Did you? It's one answer, I guess. Really. Did you either have to fall into the seat, or did you have to roll out? And when you rolled out, did you go, Autobots, let's roll? Man, that looks like a toy. That looks like a car your kid would show you from Matchbox. I never did look it up, James. Let me check it out. Hmm. I feel like I've seen this on TV like quite a few times. Oh, okay. So here I'm gonna date myself, guys. I'm gonna completely like make myself feel really old here. So I just pulled up Barrett Jackson auctions, and like one of the cars in here looks like the Dukes of Hazzard, the General E. Lee, right? And I can tell just based off this picture that that's not the real General E. Lee. That is definitely not. There's no way. There's no way that's the real General E. Lee. But the thing is, can anybody even drive that car around anymore? Like, I mean, even if you didn't have the Confederate flag on the top of the car, you just, you just drove that car around. I feel like I feel like there'd be a lot of hate. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I feel like there'd be a lot of hate. Because I'll tell you what, I was thinking about buying a Challenger in orange and putting 01 on the side of the car just for the fun of it. Because I just thought it would be kind of cool to have a Challenger that looked like, like it was decaled like the General Lee. And I had mentioned it to somebody, not even really thinking about it because it was just a childhood, memory of a car that I really loved the channel or the Dukes of Hazzard. And somebody said like, yeah, that'll get keyed, and had never even thought about it. I was like, oh yeah, that probably wouldn't go over so well. So I didn't buy orange. You rolled out of the car, James. Nice. 6.5 million borrowed. Is that what we're up to now? It says 5.05 on mine. Okay, you're looking at the borrowed shares, but the borrowed change is the part that's amazing to me, JP. 5.05 is really super high. All right, let me look it up. Let me look it up, Joe. I don't know, man. It doesn't do it for me. It looks like it looks like a cross between a it looks like a Porsche and a VW Bug had sex, and you got the Mercedes 300 SL. That's what it looks like. I'm not into it. I'm sorry, Joe. I mean, I got taste. What can I say, man? I don't know. It just doesn't do anything for me. I don't like it's not my kind of car. I don't know what to tell you. Dog says I'm getting that 2014 Honda Civic after MOASS. I, I I'm assuming that it's gonna have something a little extra something something or what's the deal? What's going on with that 2014 Honda Civic? All right, I gotta ask you guys a question. This is everybody. Have y'all seen the cars that have the spokes that sit out like I don't know, maybe what is that, like a foot and a half from the wheel on all the wheels? Like, what is up with that? Like, I don't understand. Like, are they trying to be intimidating to like keep people away from their vehicle, or like I don't know. I don't understand that. I don't understand why. I guess I'm too much of a practical person. I feel like something needs to have like a use. Now, if they just simply want to like rip the shins off of people when they drive by, I'm down with that. That's cool. Like that's purpose, right? Like let's rip off some legit shins. You know, you're gonna drive by the curb and maybe maybe there's some bicyclists or whatever. You know, just bikes get all torn up and stuff. I don't know. I'm used to be a biker, so I feel like I can joke about it. But I mean, I just I don't see the need for having those like one and a half spokes that stick out off the edge of your wheel. Semis have them. Yeah, I've seen them on semis as well, Chris. I get it. It's not. You can see it all over the place. It doesn't matter what it's on. It still looks dumb. Unless, of course, like I said, if the purpose is to start, ganking people's ankles as you drive by or something like that, then I'm cool with it. I'm totally down. I get that. I've had, or maybe you have that driver that pulls up in that right hand lane. It's a turn. It's like a turn lane, and they could have stayed in the left hand lane, but they pulled up there just so they could get to the front of the line, and then you have to sit there for like an extra 2 minutes waiting to make your right hand turn, and like you're like you bastard, and so you like yeah, maybe you just pull up and alongside of him and just kind of run those spokes along the side of his car for a while, and then you're like waving at him and stuff, and then you go back and make a U-turn, take your actual turn. Maybe that, I could see that happening, but I don't know. I don't get it. I just don't get it. The other thing I don't understand, um, the the radios, the radios that like somebody turns on their radio and you're sitting in your car and you hear and you have no idea where it's coming from. Like you're looking to your left and nobody's hair is bouncing inside their car, and you look. I said left and I looked right. You look left and nobody's hair is bouncing in the car. You look to the right and it's grandma, and then you look in the rearview mirror behind you and it's uh, Billy Joe Bob or something like that, and he didn't look like he's listening to anything country or anything. And, you have like no idea where it's coming from. All you know is you just hear this, and you're just like, what's that? What is that? Like, I can only imagine as I'm sitting in my vehicle listening to that. I can only imagine actually being inside that person's vehicle, wherever that noise is coming from, and how my eardrums are probably not functioning anymore. Legit, just not functioning. Like my eardrums just kind of went like, yeah, I'm dead. I'm, I'm just gonna turn off now, and for the rest of your life, thank you very much. I mean, I don't get it. Now the low riders with I knew this was gonna come up. The low riders with hydraulics, I understand. Who doesn't want a fucking transformer? Okay, those make sense. Those make sense to me. Don't even start with me. The hydraulics is totally cool. I knew that was going to come up, but I'm telling you, it's just the radios. It's just the radios, and those hubcaps. Those do not make sense to me. The hydraulics, hell yeah, man. I want some of those hydraulics too. I want my car jumping, man. Let's see. Uh, CM said, Casey, have you tested Tesla? No, no. I don't think I'll buy a Tesla. It's not my thing. I don't know. I don't even want to get started. I don't even want to get started. Did you guys see the video where the guy blew up his Tesla? Did you like he legit put like sticks of dynamite inside of his car and just blew it to smithereens? He's like in Europe somewhere. Check that out. Go to YouTube and check that out. He got pissed off. He got pissed off because I guess he either bought a used Tesla or he had a used Tesla. Went to go see how much it was going to cost him to replace the battery because uh, it was old enough to where the battery needed to be replaced, and found out that it was going to cost him 30 grand to replace the battery or 25 grand or something like that, which was basically like he only had to spend like 5 or 10 grand more and he would have got himself a brand new Tesla. And he's like, well, what's the point? So he just he blew it up with dynamite. Look it up on YouTube. You'll find it. Remtax says, I got my 212s in my car with a 100 watt amp. I'll vibrate you all day long. I'm gonna pass, Remtac. I'm gonna pass. But I want to know, like, can you hear me when I'm talking to you? Or like, legit, do you like turn up your volume like all the way and put the phone next to your ear? I'm just kidding with you, man. I'm kidding. I think, by the way, guys, you do whatever you want to do to your car. I really don't care. I think it's kind of funny. People do what people accessorize everything. Why not? Why not your car? That was an old used Tesla model with old technology. Yeah, you're right, CM. It's funny because the article is borderline trying to make you think that Tesla vehicles aren't good to buy. It's borderline what the article's trying to say. But you're right, it is old technology. But the interesting thing is it's still a car. The other interesting thing is how many miles he put onto it. I think they said something like it was something outrageous, like 600,000 miles. I was like, damn, that's a lot of miles for a car that's only like, I don't remember how old it was, but it didn't seem that old for 600,000 miles. Remtax, like, from now on, Remtac, if I say something and if you say something, I'm gonna be like, I didn't say that, Remtac. 2 weeks. Remtax dates leave a wet spot in the passenger seat. I wonder why. Man. CM, the thing is that I think um, we need uh, the advancement of batteries, the technology. The technology of batteries is getting better. It is getting way better. It's still not quite there. It needs to be better. It's getting there. I think we're really close to getting to where it needs to be, but I think it's still lacking. Uh-oh, uh-oh. If we're starting our run up now, it's a little too early. Usually we need to wait till about 2:45. If we see a run up too early, sometimes it putters out before it gets there. Man, we were going to be so close. Man, I thought for sure we are going to finish green today. We were really close. What do we have to hit again? 1665. I remember back when I was in high school, I was in a band, um, Golgotha. I'm not even kidding you. That was the name of our band, Golgotha. And let's see. I honestly don't remember how big the amps were that the guys had for their guitars. I know one of them had two speakers. I don't remember the size or the wattage or anything, but one had a single large amp, and the other had two smaller size speaker amp, and then the drums. And we were all in a garage, and those guys turned those things up to like god awful loud. And the drummer, of course, like he didn't hold back. And as you can guess by the name of the group, Golgotha, um, we weren't playing light country music, that's for sure. Um, I definitely have some hearing loss over that. Definitely. You're young and dumb, I guess. I don't even know what the hell Golgotha means. Don't even ask me. I have no idea. No idea. I didn't pick it. I joined the band late. It was already done. It was folk music. Yeah. No kidding. No kidding, Joe. I don't even know if I told my parents the name of that band. If I had, I probably wouldn't have been in it. Um, but yeah, it was. It does sound really, really bad. I don't know what is. Let's look it up. I don't even know if I ever even looked it up, honestly. Oh, it's in Jerusalem. It sounds religious. It wasn't. It was not a religious group at all. Traditionally interpreted as reflecting. Basically, it's where Jesus was crucified. it's, it's some messed up stuff. Yeah, that's what it is, Duncan. Duncan for the win. Yeah, I don't personally have anything, CM. I don't have any problems with um, electric cars. I just want to see the technology get better first before I buy one. That's all. And it has nothing to do with the longevity that I'm worried about. Like I could care less. Like I'll probably sell the car before the battery's ever even close to being dead. My problem is that if you're and this is where I'm going to start the fights. But if you're gonna claim that you have a green car, then the amount of electricity that you're using um, should and the waste of the car should be green, right? Otherwise, you're just consuming other forms of energy. So electricity doesn't come without a cost. Look, Duncan, I was just in the band. I don't know. Call goth. I mean, I don't know. It wasn't a religious group, I can tell you that for sure. Hmm. Yeah, we did a lot of like Metallica covers, and trying to remember what else we did. Hmm. I don't remember. It's been way too far along. Nope. That did not come out of that band, Duncan. I promise you that. Dude, I've got Joe. If you want to see pictures of Skinny Casey with long hair, I've got them. I definitely got them. Where do I have those? Ooh, it might be on my Facebook account that I had from a long time ago. I'd have to like dig up Facebook, and I don't have it anymore. I did though. I did have long hair, man. Uh, Middle of my back. I was definitely a 90s grunge guy. I wore flannel, and not only did I wear flannel, but I wore flannel on flannel. No, no, no. Sorry, let me rephrase that. I'd wear flannel pattern shorts with a different flannel pattern shirt. You just you can't imagine how bad that is. You can't possibly imagine how bad that is. And if I had a pair of Birkenstocks, I would have been wearing them with socks. I never owned Birkenstocks though. Flannel on flannel. Those are the good old days. No, no corduroy pants. But you want to know what's funny though? Who said corduroy pants? Remtac said it. Remtac, here's the funny part. I went from MC Hammer pants to jeans and flannels. I don't know. I feel like there should be some transition from going from MC Hammer pants to jeans and flannel shirts. Oh, by the way, it was MC Hammer pants with silk shirts with patterns that were god awful. Somehow I managed to go from that look to jeans and flannel, and I have no idea where the transition occurred, but somehow magically I was able to make that transition happen. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it. I kind of wish I went back in time and could look at myself transitioning between those two because there has to be some kind of middle ground, right? I mean, at some point you've got to have like jeans that you wear one day with your silk shirts, and then MC Hammer pants where you're wearing them with flannels because that's all you had left that was available to wear that day. But I don't remember that happening. And if it did happen, I probably blocked it from my memory because I know there was that transition. There had to be some kind of transition. Bjork saying GME is green. I play guitar, James. I play guitar and yeah, I'm just gonna stick with just guitar. I mean, you guys have to realize, like MC Hammer. What year was MC Hammer? Let's check it out. What was this? Can't touch this. Yeah, it was 1990. 1990 that You Can't Touch This came out, right? And by less than 2 years later, the grunge scene was hitting the scene, right? Like 1992. So literally within a 2 year period of time, you went from MC Hammer pants to grunge, and no idea how that came about. Oh, I got it. I know what the transition was. I know what the transition was. Are you ready for this? I'm gonna blow your guys' minds away. It hit me. The transition was Marky Mark. That was the transition. I remember it now because we went from MC Hammer to Funky Bunch, Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch, to grunge music. It was a wild time. It was a super wild time. Do you revenge British Knight's shoes? I have no idea what that means. Mary Set, have a great day. Oh, the type of shoes that I wore. What did I wear? What did I wear for shoes? I'm trying to remember. I don't recall. I didn't have A lot of kids wore those UGG boots. I wish I had a pair of those. They also wore those construction boot shoes. Didn't have a pair of those either. I don't remember British Knight shoes. I never had any, anyways. Bjork's like, excuse me. I see it, Bjork. GME is up just barely, just ever so slightly. They eked into the green. That's really what I wanted to see for AMC today. I wanted to see us eke into the green by like pennies. They were popular with Hammer. I don't. I never had a pair though. Stonewashed jeans were in there, Father. 100%. Absolutely 100%. In fact, that was that Marky Mark uh, um and the Funky Bunch period. That's where the Stonewashed jeans came in. That was the transition out of the MC Hammer pants and into jeans. And I think you could mix in the silk shirts and they worked well together somehow. Yes, tight rolling your jeans and cuffing your sleeves in your t-shirts. I remember doing that as well. Oh, guys, it's been another fun day. We're getting really close to the end here. We have a buy order of 55,000 shares at 16 bucks to try and protect the $16 range. Man, I thought for sure we were going to close just slightly green today. The numbers got us. We had a 19% chance of finishing green today, and the numbers got us. Tomorrow, let me just check the numbers real quick. With today being a red day, oh, I know what Wednesdays are. It doesn't matter what the day was before. We have a 19% chance tomorrow. 19% chance, same percentage chance we had today of being green, we'll have for tomorrow. I never had a mullet, Father, but it was. You're right. MC Hammer would have dragged us into bankruptcy. Simpler times. Hmm. Yeah, SI did go up quite a bit there. With the borrowing of 5 million shares, I'm kind of curious what's going to happen overnight with that. Um, I suspect it's going to come down. I don't imagine that's going to go up any. Did they borrow any more shares at the end of the day today? Let's look at that real quick. I have like just a few more minutes left here, but I am curious if they borrowed. It looks like they did. They borrowed about 50K more. So let me add that on. 7.75 million shares borrowed for the day today, according to Stonko Tracker, most of which have been returned, as you can tell, because it's showing 6.1 in the available amount of shares in the ETFs, it's showing 3.9. So most of the shares having been returned. $16 level is taking hits. Looks like they really want to drive this down underneath 16. Relentless. Relentless. Did I just say selling shares? They're buying shares. They're selling shares into that. Hayden says a mullet equals business in the front, party in the back. Casey Hammer. Dun, 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 dun. Can't touch this. You can't. Timmy. My brother's name is Tim. I don't know if he wants me to say that. His name's Tim. Timmy. I've never done that to him. I've never done that to him. Oh, I feel like I've been missing out. I should give him a call and do that. Timmy. Well, guys, it's that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. We have tomorrow. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your pets, your kids. I don't know. Spend time with somebody. But whatever you do, don't just have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward link now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
The house of pain is in effect, y'all. I say the house of pain is in effect. You know the house of pain is in effect, y'all. And anyone that steps up is getting wrecked. Jump up comes. And just like the prodigal son, I've returned. Anyone stepping on me, you'll get burned. Cause I got lyrics, but you ain't got none. If you come to battle, bring a shotgun. But if you do, you're a fool, cause I do to the death. Trying to step to me, you take your last breath. I got the skill, come get your fill. Cause when I shoot the gift, I shoot the kill. I came to get down, I came to get down. So get out your seat and jump around. Jump around. Jump around. Jump around. Jump up and get down. Jump, 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 everybody jump, 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 everybody jump, 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 jump. I'm the cream of the crop, I rise to the top. I never eat a pig cause a pig is a cop. Or better yet, a Terminator, like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Trying to play me out like as if my name was Sega. But I ain't going out like no perk, bitch. Get used to one style, yo, when I might switch it up and around. Then buck, get down, put out your head and then you wake up in the dawn of the dead. I'm coming to get ya, I'm coming to get ya. Spitting out lyrics, homie, I wet ya. I came to get down, I came to get down. So get out your seat and jump around.